Welcome in, everyone. Let's make sure. Can you guys hear me all right? I don't ever really use this scene, so I'm not sure if it's set up right. Congrats to Alex on first, Kevin on second, Crazy on third, and then thank you to Crazy and Kevin for the I'm Here's as well. This is what we're gonna make today. We're on just this camera with my face because I look sick and nobody needs to see that. And I'm pretty sure I have a fever right now, and I had the chills earlier, so nobody needs to see me sickly. So we're gonna do it this way today. There are 5 bags. And it says it's 617 pieces. I did not find like the Christmas wreath we have where like you can do it multiple ways to begin with, but then I also found a website that gave me even more options to remake it. This is just made the one way. But that's okay because I love Halloween. So it will never be taken down. My throat doesn't hurt today like it did yesterday, but it's weird that I have a fever today but didn't have one yesterday. So who knows? I don't understand. My body is like, yes, let's get sick. No. Yucky sick. Oh, that's right. I closed my bongo cat because it was being weird again. So let's open it back up. There it goes. Let's see. Let's wait and see if it lets me accept the gift before I put the code up. But yeah, this is what we're doing today, and then we'll see what we do if we have time left. Okay, they went dark blue. I was thinking it was black, but it is not. Okay, I did pick them right. Okay, let's see if it'll let me accept. Ah, it did. Okay. So, create lobby, copy lobby number or code. Bongo cat code. And then we'll pin that to the top. And if I hover over it, I'm supposed to be able to like... Oh, there we go. Spam like... Oh, maybe I'll move it down. That way you guys can see like the... And apparently I can trade some stuff in. 4, 5, 6. Oh, I can't, it is green. this one? I must have. Okay, let's try this instead. So we got like alien ears. Let's see. Yeah, like little alien ears. We have a green cat. We can be green alien. We can be an orange cat with little nubbies. Maybe. 6, 7, 8, 9. Nope, I'm just one short on that. Okay. Well, now that I'm, done with that. But yes, if you want to play Bongo Cats or join Bongo Cat, you can do that. Then your little Bongo Cat will appear on the thing too. Bongo Cat is free. So this is our little, like, it'll hold how we will hang it up, I guess. That's the word I'm looking for. I hope everybody's having a good week so far. Okay, we want to set that down now. And then move on to a different piece. Anybody gotten any good deals on Prime Days? I ordered some stuff. Well, honestly, it's not hard to bring back the nasties for me because, like, somebody only needs to cough in the same room as me and I get sick because of being a strep carrier. Like, my body's already trying to fight something all the time that is only kind of there. So as soon as there's anything that's really there, my body's like, oh, yay, overdrive. A Wiglet, which is a garden eel Pokemon. Effective balls are netball or feather ball. Let's try netball. I don't remember which one I have or don't have. Pokecatch, netball. Okay. Pokecatch, feather ball. I have no netballs. Oh, I don't have that one either. Let's try this. Just Pokecatch. When the kids were little, and they bring home their peachy dresses, they bring everything home from school, I would get sick all the time. Oh, I caught it. But not crazy.
It's all game.
I guess that is the way they want that. I think that's right. Looks like it's right. I did find a Lego set it's the 3 bonsais together in the set, and it was $20 off for Prime Days. So I grabbed that, and then I got Fantasy and Kitty Cat, like advent calendars, and like a mystery die pack for Fantasy to go with her Christmas stuff. Because she's a dice goblin. And we have a bird feeder for the backyard, and we had an old one, and Crazy tried to fill it up and put it in the front yard so the kitty could look at it, but instead, like, all the bird feed just kind of fell out of it. So I got one similar to what we have. In fact, it's not similar. I think it's the exact same one that we have in the backyard to put in the front yard for Kitty. I wonder if I have this up a smidgen too high. I'm used to having to have it like a certain way to be out of the other camera's way, but I don't have to worry about the other camera right now, so. I feel ya, Alex. I feel ya. I did not sleep very well because I could not breathe. Welcome in, Giraffe. No face cam today because I'm sicky. And nobody needs to visualize that. You can just, use your imagination. But welcome in, Teal Giraffe. We only have these 2 extra pieces, which are pretty common for this type of build. No, it's like build the next thing 13 times. Yes, unfortunately, it is super easy for me to catch every bug that makes an appearance. Everybody seems to be ill at the moment. I had been doing what I felt was pretty well at dodging most of the bugs that were going around, but this one got me. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I always get sick like when the weather changes, although our weather hasn't really changed yet, which means I fear I'll get sick again. We're still like in the 80s. It was 72 at like 7:15 this morning when I took Fantasy to school, so we have not hit like cooler weather. I mean, we're not 90, 100 anymore, but we're also not 40, 50, so. Okay, like I said, the next one is make 13 of them. Be prepared for the repetitiveness. Only one of mine leaves the house, so. The other one just gets up and goes to the den and does school on his computer. So I only have one germ factory. But the hubs went to a conference last week, and they were out in the sun and like really tired, not getting much sleep. So we're pretty sure he caught something, and then I caught it from him. Because he was like getting up at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, out in the sun all day, working, and then not going to bed till like real late. So, you know, like he got worn down, tired, and so he caught something. And then I lovingly caught it for him. So it used to be funny, like when he was in the military, they make them get the flu shot. So he would wait till the very end and get the shot instead of like the nasal mist stuff, because the shot is supposed to be a dead virus and the nasal stuff is supposed to be a live virus. So he would get the nasal stuff and then come home, and I would get sick because it was a live virus in his system. So it didn't happen as often when he got the shot, but still. It's not completely his fault. So him and another coworker did most of the work, but there was supposed to be a third coworker who was supposed to help them, who, you know, didn't really do the helping. Well, I'm glad he's doing a little better and that you didn't have to take him in again. This part of the Wreaths is always kind of like not that fun because it's repetitive. You're just making like the same thing over and over and over. But, alas, you know, we need to make that part of the Wreath. Yeah, necessary evil. Okay, that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Yeah, and then that guy was so nice to not help. Like, when him and his coworker finally had like went and got the guy, and they're like, you like rip up the pulled pork, and so like he did it, and it didn't take very long, and he's like, okay, you guys can put it in cups now, and they're both like, no, you can. You haven't helped at all except for tearing it up. You can also put it in the little cups to hand out. It will not hurt you. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Right, like, dude. Like, they were told they were going to a conference, and when they got there, it was more like they were hosting the conference. But the other guy was just like, nope, I'm just going to go in and listen to the panels being put on. I'm not going to Not gonna help. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Because unfortunately, people are convinced that they're full-grown adults when they still act like children. It's a child in an adult's body. Well, I should say he's acting like a child in the sense that, oh, I mean, and it's lazy people. If they think they can not do what they're supposed to and that somebody else will pick up the slack, they will do that. Like, if they think they can get away with it, they will absolutely try to. But nonetheless, we're here, and hopefully, you know, tomorrow, the day after, it's gone, and I'm back to normal. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Like, my throat kind of hurt yesterday. Not enough to go and deal with somebody and explain to them that, in fact, I do not have, you know, that, your rapid test won't work because it'll show up as me having strep throat. Like, I don't want to have to argue with somebody over that. Okay. Oh, my boob made me miss a step. It covered the step up. Pokeball or Pokespawn incoming, not Pokeball incoming, but you guys know what I mean. A Smurgle, which is a painter Pokemon. Basic Ball is most effective. I don't have a Basic Ball. Catch. Yeah, it covered up the step. It was right there and I was leaning like this, so I totally couldn't see the step. My boob made me miss a step. Listen, around here there's a lot of boob talk because my boobs bump into things, they knock things over. It's like they're their own entity because they are ginormous. There's a lot of boob talk that happens here. When I was pregnant with my oldest, my mother-in-law at the time, which is not my current mother-in-law, was like, if you breastfeed, they'll get smaller. And I was like, well, I'm up for anything because I was a double D then. And I breastfed or attempted to breastfeed and it didn't work. And so everything dried up and then they went up an entire cup size. And that happened with every child. I didn't even attempt to breastfeed with the youngest. I just got the medicine that dries it up, and I still went up an entire cup size. I have the opposite of what is supposed to happen to me. Yeah, I remember, I think it was with my oldest, the doctor was like, when you can't see your feet anymore, don't, like, lean forward. Like, squat instead of lean. Mine are totally shrank both times, which was fine because I don't really use them for anything important at this point. But yeah, the doc was like, when you can't see your feet anymore, don't lean forward. Just kind of like squat, or it's the floors now. Like, don't bend over. And I was like, Doc, I haven't seen my feet, like, without looking over. Like, I've never been able to, like, look straight down and see my feet. My boobs have always been in the way. I was like, Doc, that was over before this pregnancy started. And he was like, okay, I don't know how to phrase it then. Just don't lean forward. Like, just, it's the floors now. Somebody else can pick it up. Okay, okay. Sorry, I know it's like moving from this pile to that pile and then back to the original pile, but that's kind of where we are. But this is the last step in the make 13 of them, so. So I finished all 6 levels of the main rewards in the new Disney Dreamlight Path. So I'm on to the bonus rewards. Which I feel like they've stopped, like, adding things to the rewards page. So I don't think there's enough reward points left to actually finish it. But also this time, they have that, like, the weekly rewards. So I wonder if, like, they stretch it out with the weekly rewards to make it enough. Okay. So we made all 13 of these. Now we linky them together. We'll do some the other way. Actually, what we should just do is make the circle as we go. I did make broccoli cheddar soup last night. The downside is that it did not taste as good as it normally does because everything kind of, the taste of everything is slightly off, you know. I don't know if that happens to somebody else. When you're sick, everything kind of tastes slightly different. So it did not taste the same as it normally does, which was a little sad. So, this is the wreath part. Like the completed wreath. Did I miss a step again? I did, kinda. That's alright. Like, it wasn't bad. It's just, you know, like, when you have too much post-nasal drip or whatever, at least for me, then everything just tastes slightly off. So it wasn't bad, but it didn't taste the same as it normally does. But we put it away in the fridge, the leftovers. So hopefully in a day or two, when my taste goes back to normal, it will taste like it's supposed to. Okay, there is our wreath base. And now comes the fun part of adding to the wreath. So the girl child likes to make chicken noodle soup in the crock pot. But I have a recipe for bacon cheeseburger soup. And I think I might, like, make that later in the week, maybe. Okay, it wants. Smush everything out. One of these in the corner here. And then 3 next to it. It makes like a lot, like portions, or the amount it makes in the pot is like a lot. So part of me thinks I should buy like those they're like to portion out food to freeze it. So like you fill up, like it almost looks like an ice cube tray, but obviously much bigger ice cubes. Like 4 things, and they're like this deep. And you fill up that space, put the lid on, and then freeze it. And then you can, like, pop them out, and it's, like, a serving that you can just let defrost or, you know, nuke in the microwave. And I was like, I wonder if getting a pack of those for when I make, like, soups and freezing some of it would be a good idea. Right. Okay, for this one, it wants one on here, and one on there. And we put like this. Welcome in, Eric. A Stargate? It could be a Stargate. Welcome in, Eric. Welcome in, Devin. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because sometimes, like, it just makes a lot of soup. And, like, in a week, it's not, like, because, you know, they say leftovers are good for a week and then you should throw them out. And, like, a week just isn't enough time to eat all of it. you know, without getting like sick of it. So I wondered if buying something like that would be good. Because then I could like have them for longer in the freezer. I saw Super Wife played Trains. Played the Ticket to Ride. I think they want it like that. That looks right. Boss wanted to thank us for all the hard work we did and was wanting to know what I would like him to make for lunch for us next week. Gumbo. I saw that. Okay, so it looks like there. Okay, it says this. Better if I wasn't sick, but it's been going.
We have always lurked among you.
That's right. I was like, oop, she got into it. I hope she liked it. Thank you for the lurk, Mal. I was like, I hope she enjoyed the bit she played. I was playing it a little bit yesterday, and there's a thing on Discord, an event, yes, take a break from the desk, get up, stretch, walk around. Move just a little bit. A wild applin, which is an apple core Pokemon. It's a fantasy or a featherball or a sunball. Let's try sunball. Catch sunball. I must have it because it didn't tell me I didn't. I was mainly playing it yesterday trying to get some of the achievements because they're like play. The one achievement is like obviously the first play it for the first time, and then it's like what was it? Like play as each color. I was just playing against AI. I wasn't like playing against anybody really. Brick tax. Okay, let me finish this step. Otherwise, I will totally forget where I'm doing. Crazy has Bongo Kitty. Okay. Brick tax. I did that part. Nope. I need this one. But yeah, I was trying to get like some of the easy achievements. Okay, that was our step. We put these two pieces on and then clicked it onto this. This is going to be like the vinyl record when we're done. Let me check mark those off so I don't forget. Snickety snackety time. Okay. Okay, no, that is right. Okay. That's as far as it's going. I have my bowl of pretzels here. So I was married to my ex-husband and their desks were 10 feet apart. And that's how I met Tuka. It's not an exciting story. I worked at the Consolidated Club on base on RAF Lake and Heath, and a lot of the guys would come after work, whatever. So I knew a lot of the people my husband worked with. Probably better than he did. And he was a jackass. And they liked me better. And, yeah. And when we got divorced, I went to go live with my childhood best friend in Texas. And Crazy messaged me and said his family was going camping with all the crap that's going on. I should come up and go camping with them and hang out and just relax. And thus the rest is history. It is not a like long or very exciting how we met, but that is how we met. And we got married in 2008, and we are still married, obviously. So our anniversary was at the beginning of September, Being married a long time. Because we're old. So we started dating in 07, got married in 08. Fantasy was born in 9, and Boy Wonder was born in 10. So a very productive few years. Ooh, we made a pumpkin. A pumpkin, a pumpkin. I guess it's supposed to... Oh, my boob made me miss a step again almost. Gotta get this lined up just right. There we go. So the pumpkin can like twist and turn. Oh, that's a butterfly. Let me move these out of the center. Because as we add more to the center, or to the thing, I can see less and less of some of it. So... And being that Crazy was military, we've lived quite a few places. We've lived here, Virginia, North Dakota, Nebraska, then back here. I know it's not, like I said, very exciting. Or like, we saw each other from across the room and we just knew. It was definitely not a storybook, you know. But that is okay. And now both the minions are in high school. And Fantasy only has this year, next year left. I'm guessing they mean this one. And they want it kind of like that. So I watched the Ed Gein. It's not really a documentary, but the Ed Gein show that Netflix put out. It was kind of interesting. It wasn't so much. It was more a show about his life than like focusing on the crimes he did. I mean, they obviously still talked about them, but like it went on further to talk about like serial killers that had come after him, like Bundy and Ed Kemper and a bunch of them, and kind of like touched on like how we as a society are kind of obsessed with serial killers or like the macabre. Horror movies and the like. Oop, nope, that's not the one I wanted to put there. And how like his crimes kind of like inspired different horror movies and like Hitchcock and things like that. And he didn't find out until much later in life that he was schizophrenic.
Hi, I'm Danny Phantom.
Welcome in, Danny. I hope you're having a good day. Yes, we're doing the Halloween wreath. It is turning out very nice. You can turny the pumpkin so it goes whatever direction you want. A Metacam, which is a meditate Pokemon, Mock Ball or Cypher Ball. Pokey Catch Mock Ball. Okay, didn't tell me I didn't have it, so I'm rolling with that one. For a while, I was doing the Poke Dailies like all the time. So I wound up with like a whole bunch of different kinds of balls and not really knowing when to use them or like what type of Pokemon to use them with. So I'm just kind of going with whatever they tell me now. So to use them up. Okay, that is bag 3, and these are all our extra pieces. There are quite a few extra, but they're all like common extras at the same time. Yes, I ordered it last week, I think. Because it is still a fairly new set to Lego to begin with. And then I ordered it last week along with like the little farm truck that has like the big pumpkin in the back. Because last year I got the set, the tiny set that was like just a spooky barn front, and I meant to use it as like a brick tax or something, but then we just never did it, and I thought those two would go well together, the truck and like the barn front. So the only one I've really done that with is you can't really see it. That wreath there, but that one can be done like 5 different sets, or like 5 different ways. We're gonna have ads in about 30 seconds, and then will be good for another hour. If you are subbed or have turbo, then you don't get the ads. But if not, don't worry about it, because I try not to do anything during the ads. So you don't really miss anything. That's the only one I take apart and redo. But also, like I said, we put these big ones on the side. In the instructions when you buy it, there's like 3 ways you can build it. And then I found a website that shows you 2 more ways to build it. So that's the only one I've really like taken apart and rebuilt. But you're not rebuilding it the same way each year. So it's still like a new set, kind of. But yeah, I know there are people who do that. That's alright, Alex. Sometimes you need the sleep, and so you just nap when you can. Okay, yep, that's number 4. But yeah, that's the only one I do that with. My Steam had a bunch of updates today for games, so I'm going to pull one up, another one, so that it can, you know, update. And we'll see how many of them I can get done. Yeah, it counts clicks and keyboard strokes. And then when you reach 1,000, it'll give you like a little prize. And sometimes it's just a hat or something the cat can wear on its head, or sometimes it's a whole new cat. Ooh, Book of Hours has an update. Like I said, it doesn't really do anything, but like if you're already doing stuff, you might as well have it like a little like, ooh, a piece of candy, ooh, a piece of candy kind of game. No, I was talking about Bongo Cat. It's kind of like, ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. Because it doesn't really do anything. It counts your keystrokes and your clicks, and then when you get 1,000 of them, you get a prize. So it's not really doing anything. Like, it's not something you actively play. It's more like keep track. I have candy. I always have candy. You know, Crazy asked about like how like Bongo Cat kind of works, or like, and like I said, it doesn't really do anything. I do have water. Welcome in, Insane. I hope you're having a good day. I do have water. It's right here. In my Don't Let the Muggles Get You Down cup. So Bongo Cat is a game, but not really a game. So it's on Steam and it's free. You get the little cat here that's hiding in my screen, and it basically like tallies your key clicks and your mouse clicks. You don't need a spoon. You just pick it up and like hoard it into your mouth, or you just tip the bag up to your mouth. But it's multiplayer now, so you can join somebody's whatever you want to call it. I don't know what they call it. Somebody's lobby, and then you can see their cat. So like when they get a prize, their cat will, you'll see kind of what the prize is. And if they change the way their cat looks, then you'll see it. So he doesn't really do anything per se, but like every time you click or tap a key, it counts it. Yes. So if you have Bongo Cat Ninja, you can join my lobby, and then everybody can see your Bongo Cat on my stream. It's very like, ooh, a piece of candy kind of a game, because you're not actively playing it. Like, it's something you just kind of have up there. Welcome in, Queenie. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Normally, I have a face cam so you all can see me, but I am sick today, as you can kind of hear. So I figured nobody needs to see my sicky face, so we are just build camera and sound today. I would love to say it's a rare occurrence, but it's not. I am technically immunocompromised, so it takes like somebody sneezing or coughing in the same room as me, and I'm probably gonna get sick. So I appreciate the sentiment, but also it is entirely something I'm used to. I am procrastinating to leave. Yeah, that's basically what it is. Every time I go anywhere with like a large group of people, I'm gonna get sick. It just depends on the degree I get sick, like how sick. But chances are I'm going to get sick. Ooh. Yes, I know it isn't, because let me kind of show you. So it gets too big for the box, but this is like a pre-done scene, so I did not put this chat here. Like, it is already part of the scene. Well, thank you, Queenie. Welcome in. We are what I like to call controlled chaos in here. Sometimes it's very calm, and sometimes, ooh, my boob made me miss the step. So you're liable to hear all kinds of stuff in here. We just go with the flow. But I was very excited when I saw this one on the coming soon. And so I ordered it last week, and then figured we'd build it, because I was finishing Hogsmeade Village last week. So I was like, well, we'll start it. We'll do it today. Because I feel like this year there wasn't any like particularly big set to do for Halloween, because last year I built The Nightmare Before Christmas, And so that took most of October. Like, I stretched it out. Like, obviously, we still streamed for the 4 hours, but, like, I did so many bags of it, and then we played a game or did a craft or whatever after it. But I feel like there's not really any big sets like that this year. So we're going to do this one today, and then I have 2 tiny sets to do on Thursday. Yeah, it is really more flow with the go. We really never know what's going to happen in here. I always say I like to be as surprised as everybody else about what comes out of my mouth. The filter is not something that works in my body. I don't... That filter that says don't say that, I don't have one of those. It just, things come out. There's not even, like, time for a filter. It's just... I don't even realize I've thought it until it's out my mouth. So, be prepared. You could hear anything. Thank you for the I'm here, Queenie. Do you stream as well? I needed to do a shout out for I forgot to do one for Teal Giraffe. Okay, I'll do a shout out for you too. Okay, I was like, is it not gonna work? Right? We like all the peoples. We do a little bit of everything. No problem. I try to follow people even if they don't stream, because frankly, you need to like 5,000 people before you have to worry about it. So I'm far from that. That's all right, Alex. I just do it or don't do it. I don't know. My brain just does things. We do Lego building, obviously. But then we do crafts and video games. I'm not very good at, like, the, Oh, thank you for the follow. I'm not very good at, like, the shooter games or, like, the fighting games. So we mostly play cozy games, like Disney Dreamlight Valley and Cozy Grove, Hogwarts Legacy. Then we have lots of puzzle games. But we do a little bit of everything. No, not, I think you have to be... She could. No, I'll now give the orders. Could you shout out Ninja, please, Alex? I never think about it, because, frankly, I am lazy, and I automate a lot of my shout outs, almost all of them. So I don't think about it. I'm just like, oh, the person talked. It'll take care of itself. A lot of people, it just it's automated. So when they talk, it automatically shouts them out. So I forget about shout outs like all the time. Oh, now Crazy has a watermelon bongo cat. Oh, jokes. Oh, I do the dad jokes. Let me pull them up. I have like a little list of them. Okay. A guy walks into a bar, and he was disqualified from the limbo contest. I have like a whole list. It's like 300 dad jokes, and they're all like made into different categories. So at the top, it's got like a list of different ones, like sport ones, one-liners, reading ones, you know, just scientific ones, but they're all like dad jokes. And so you just go to the category you think is best. And you say one. I think there's sports ones. Okay, am I putting this right? Thank you for the biddies, Queenie. Okay, it doesn't want to like lay flat, but we're just going to accept that that's the way it is. Maybe this flower helps it stay down. As soon as I can figure out properly how to attach the flower. Okay, make sure I'm putting it at the right spot. Yeah, so there was a story behind that because people kept donating 69 bits to see what would happen. Because, you know, we're all 12-year-old boys. And I was like, man, I gotta put something there. But like, ironic, you know? Like, because I know why they're doing it. They're expecting, like, something dirty to pop up. And I was like, ha ha. So I get to rickroll people. Redeemed Hydrate. Thank you.
It's just a goat.
It didn't pop up. Or did I miss it?
No, it didn't pop up.
He claims to not know. I added Firebot.
It didn't last very long either.
Put Firebot up there, so it should. Okay, let's see if I can figure out why. Yeah, it's there. I don't know why it's not popping up. Because I put Firebot in there. And it's near the top, so it's on top. I hate when things like this happen. Snickety snackety time. Yeah, it's a top layer. The only thing above it is Pixel Chat and Bongo Cat, which don't obstruct the screen, you know? Like... Oh, there it goes. Okay, I guess it had to be like the very top. So. There's the goat. Yeah, I didn't think it would be affected because, like, Bongo Cat and Pixel Chat don't, like, cover the screen. But we got it fixed. Oh. Teal Giraffe did a stretch, which I'm doing, but you can't really see. I have to check them off right away, or I will forget whether I've done them or not, so. Okay. We did this step, we did this step. Yeah, technology is weird. I got the mini scale Diagon Alley when we were out Saturday. And then today I ordered the 3-pack of Bonsai from Lego. I got it off Amazon because it was on sale for Prime Days. It was $20 off if you're interested. So it was only like $45 instead of $65. Yeah, I thought so. Because sometimes for Prime Days, like, the sale is not that great. Like, not just Lego, like, things in general. They'll be like, ooh, it's on sale. Yeah, for like $5 off. Like, I guess if I'm already gonna buy it, then okay, it's $5 off. But, like, it's not enough to make me buy it, you know, completely on its own. But that one was. It was $20 off, and that's a good chunk of change, so. Must put the gremlin to bed. Right? I mean, if you have like a little savings pot that's just for Lego or whatever, that's $20 left in the pot towards something else. Ooh, I did that one a couple weeks ago. Where did I buy it? I don't remember. That's I mean, $20 off any set is a good deal. I bought the mini scale Diagon Alley from Barnes & Noble's because I have the Barnes & Noble membership, so I saved $20 off of it. I mean, granted, it was really like basically just tax and a couple dollars, but that's still $20, you know, less that I spent. And plus, when you buy it from them, then you earn points, you know, like on your little punch card thing, and then that earns you more money. So, you know, all the way around, it helps. Okay, not maybe down that far, but there we go. I want you to press it down, but not like so far down that you're messing up, like making it angled. And when I put this back on, I want to putting it like face down instead of bats up. Thank you. Thank you for popping in and taking a chance. I know it is just that, a chance. You never know what you're going to get when you check out a new streamer. So I appreciate the follow and the pop in and giving us a chance. I will keep an eye out for when you stream as well. I hope you have a great day. Well, I appreciate that you thought it was worth it. Turn this orange leaf a little bit more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, and 5. And this guy. So we want him there. This is Halloween, this is Halloween. This is Halloween, everybody make you scream. Okay, now this one. I'm really liking the way this is turning out. It's looking very good. So I have not worked on the Crafttober thing outside of stream yet. I did finish the Till Death one that I was doing. I did the whole thing, but I am unsure if it actually glows in the dark or not. So. Because I turn the light on in this room as soon as I come in. And then at some point I start doing stuff and moving stuff around. And I'm like, oh, there it is. I forgot to check. So at some point, I need to remember to leave the light off and check it. Or purposely turn the light off and check it. Okay, this is what we have left from this bag. And we have one more bag for this set. Oh, we have big googly eyes. Well, I guess they're not googly eyes. They don't like move around like googly eyes, but like big eyeballs. So, we can play a game or do some craft after we finish this. Does anybody have a preference on what we do? I was just kind of winging it because I wasn't sure how I would feel, but my throat doesn't hurt like it did yesterday, so I'm okay to keep going. Crafttober. We can totally work on Crafttober. We did not get very much done last time on Crafttober. I feel like we undid more than we did. So, they show it flat, but really this doesn't, like, stay down very well. Unless I'm not, like, clicking it in where it should be on something. I don't know. There's only smooth blocks underneath of it, so it shouldn't be that. Dusa, welcome in, and thank you for the sub. I hope your trip is going fabulous. I saw your pictures. I hope you had the best time. It looked really cool. That might be a game. Well, I mean, you can put Bongo Cat up. It will count your tippity tappities for your class. Everybody likes a prize for doing stuff they should do anyway. Gnome Shoopser? I'm just going to call you Gnome, and I'm sorry for butchering your name. Thank you for the follow. I am horrible at the pronouncing. I thoroughly butcher many Pokemon names. And regular names all the time. I'm sorry. Welcome in. Feel free to tell us about yourself. If you are a streamer, a viewer, a bit of both, either way is fine. But just feel free to tell us about yourself. Oh, Deuce's other half. Welcome in. I am the horrible, what do we call it in our house? If you're looking for somebody to tell you not to do something, it's not me. Enabler, that's right. Sorry, my brain is like, huh? I will totally enable her and tell her about things and then be like, go get it! And then we can do it together! Yeah. I am a horrible enabler. You should. I have it over there, and then we can compare how much you liked building it. And the Nightmare Before Christmas one, if you haven't done that one. And you should get this one. Juices go as Adams. I love it. I love it. We'll give you a follow back because I follow everybody back because it's just nice to do. We can just... Right, like, if you're ever looking for somebody to steer you into, like, the responsible adult decision, it's not me. It's definitely not me. Is there a black one in this pile? Or is it not supposed to be black? Oh, no, it's dark green. But welcome in. We are doing this today. I have no face cam because I am sick and nobody needs to see that. So we're just doing the build cam today. Hopefully in a couple days I'll feel better and I can go back to my normal cam, but for now this is what we got. We are going to do Crafttober stuff after we finish this. And I'll show you guys the Till Death cross-stitch thing I did. Like I said, I keep forgetting to, like, check if it actually glows in the dark like the thread is supposed to. It's a thread I've had for a while, so I was like, I don't think I've ever, like, checked, even when I bought it new, if it actually glowed in the dark like it was supposed to. But I bought it when, like, a small little craft store was going out of business. Or they were either going out of business or they weren't going to carry, like, cross-stitch stuff anymore. I will take Tusa to a different castle this weekend where she can show off her... Ooh! Very nice. Very nice. So, yes, it's supposed to be here. Nope, opposite way. Of course. So, we live in Arkansas, and they have, I didn't realize it until it was, like, pretty far into it. I bought it when it came out. So, I didn't pre-order it, because, you know, when you're a Lego, whatever, VIP, you can like pre-order stuff earlier. I didn't do that. I was kind of putting it off, like I wasn't gonna, like I was just gonna wait to get it. And then Crazy was like, go ahead and order it. And when I went back, it was already like on back order. So I had to wait a little bit longer, but I got it essentially like right when it came out. At least ordered it anyway. Yeah, I imagine that makes it like hard to really hold anything when you've got like accurate or even like semi-accurate type clothing on. But anyway, what I was saying was we live in Arkansas and there's a Renaissance fair thingy here. They do it for like 5 or 6 weekends, but I didn't realize it until like later, so we didn't go. But it also changes. So it'll be like Renaissance for a while, and then they close down for a couple weekends. And then it comes back as like Viking. And they do that for a couple weekends. And then it closes down, and then it comes back as like Highlander games. So we didn't check out the Renaissance one this year. But my aim is to keep like better track of when it's going to happen so that we can next year. And like each weekend has like a different type theme. Yeah. How much is it off? I haven't looked at like Lego today to see if they're doing any. I did get one on sale on Amazon. So the medieval town square is like $40 some off, $45 off. The Wednesday and Enid's dorm room is about $35 off. Buckbeak is only like $12 off. The Wednesday and Enid brickheads are like $8 off. Makes them basically half price. Ooh. That is interesting. Is it just sold out, and they won't let you back order on Target? Because they may not let you back order because they don't have any guarantee that they're going to get more in. Sorry, now I'm looking at the, yeah, so they can't guarantee they're going to get any more in. The Rocket and Baby Groot set is $18 off on Lego. There's more than what I'm saying, but some of them I'm like, I'm not interested in them. So. The Minions and Gru Family Mansion is like $40 off. I got the pack that has 3 bonsai trees in it for $20 off on Amazon. It was like 45 instead of 65. But that's the only like Lego set I've got today. They had other ones on sale, but none that I was like interested in. And not a ton. Like overall not a ton, but I was like $20 off is a good deal. And our Target, or not Target, our Sam's Club last time we went, like 2 weeks ago, had the Game Boy, the new Hibiscus, and something else. They were cheaper than what Lego does them at because it's Sam's Club. Get on there. Oh, it's the wrong way. That's why it won't clip on. I did get a new popcorn maker today, though. So I have one of those, like, tabletop, whatever, countertop popcorn things. But the downside of the one I have is that you can't take the bucket out to clean. Like out of the machine. You can only, like, dislodge it a little bit, and then it's still connected by the cord. So it's hard to, like, really put in the sink and clean. And so I was looking for one that I could completely take the bucket out of the machine, put it in the sink, and clean it properly. And so I found one on sale today because I love popcorn. And then I got an advent calendar on sale for the kitty cats and one for fantasy. And a mystery dice pack for fantasy that was on sale. Swablu Escapade. I had written a list down of things I wanted to check, and my list has into the ether. And I was so proud of myself that I wrote a list, and now I can't find it. I know, I keep going back. So for several years, I got them every year, and then I pulled back, and I got other advents, and so I'm like, do I want to get it again? I think the last one I got was the one they had where, like, essentially became like a board game when you were done. Like, you got all types of minifigures and stuff, and then on, like, day 24, you built a little top, and you set them at certain places, like on that part that folds out, and then you spun it, and you used the minifigures as, like, your little dauber to move, and it was essentially a game. I think that's the last time I got one. So that's several years ago, though. Mainly because I wind up with like 24 little things that I don't really know what to do with. And they just kind of go in a little Tupperware thing and then never leave it. So the last couple years I've gotten like Fuego Lego or Fuego advent calendars, and so then you wind up you build 24 little ones, and then the little instructions that come with it, one side is like how to build that days, and when you flip it over, then you like every 6 days or so you group them together, take them apart, and build this bigger thing. Yeah, so that's why I stopped getting the proper Lego ones and started going with the Fuego ones. Last year, it was a Christmas tree. Like, every day, you opened it up and you added it a little bit more to this Christmas tree, and then in the end, it lit up. And it was Fuego, not Lego. But then I had, like, not a big set, but, it was bigger. And it wasn't just 24 things I didn't know what to do with. Okay, yeah, I got that on there, right. So now we have a pumpkin over here that you can move. And then, yeah, it's totally the same thing. I really enjoy opening them up, but I don't know what I do with 24 little things that really don't do anything. And I know they're like, ooh, this is an exclusive minifigure. You can only get it in the advent calendar. But I'm like, I'm not... Like, I don't care that much about, like, the exclusiveness. Like, when I get a set, if it has an exclusive one, that's kind of cool. But I'm not, like, I'm totally going to buy it just because it has an exclusive minifigure. Welcome back, Alex. I am glad that you won tonight's game of bedtime. Where are you? Book talk. Let me think about the last book I read, if I can talk about it or not. I say that because I get art copies, which aren't released yet, so I can't always talk about them. What did I read? Oh, it was called, like, Make Me Feel Again or something like that by Anna B. Doe. And this woman is going through a divorce because her husband's a jackass. They had a son together, and he was deaf. And he kept implying... For German writers, yeah, I've been doing it for about 10 years in the States. So I don't speak or can read another language like enough to do it for, other like books that have been translated or anything like that. So mine are only in English, but so she's finally had it. Her husband has always had like this dream to become a big football star, right? Like he's gonna be randomly discovered at some kind of, you know, I don't know, small league type thing. And he's like, I'm gonna make it. And finally, like, their son is like 6 years old, which means he did not play college ball. He's not getting recruited from college or anything like that. So, like, this is a fantasy. I mean, what's the chances of that actually happening? Like, less than 1%. But he's finally just got, like, the big break that this is not ever happening for him. And so he keeps trying to take it out on her and the boy even more. Like, it's their fault that he's not going to get to live his football dreams. And he's mad that the boy is deaf. So he can speak, but it doesn't sound, you know, normal because he can't hear. And so he's like, it's all her fault because she babies him too much. And, you know, he's got a defective child. And eventually, like, she's just had enough, right? And so she is divorcing him. And I guess like, she already feels bad. Like, it's her fault they're getting divorced. Like, she failed. So she doesn't want to talk about, like, the things that went wrong in their marriage with anybody because she doesn't want people to think that she's just saying these things, like, you know, to, like, make it seem like he's at fault and she's not. And eventually, like, her son will get older and she doesn't want him to think or know that she talked bad about his dad all around town, you know? And so she moves back in with her parents, but her mom is just, like, obsessed with telling her she should just get back together with him. She needs to try. You just have to give him a little bit of grace because, you know, his dreams have been crushed. Just give him a little bit of grace. He's a great guy. He's not a great guy. He's an asshole. And finally, she's like, that's it. I need to move out. I need to get my own place. We need to, like, really start this next part. Right, like, it's so few people that actually accomplish that. Like, it's because they see these people on TV and stuff. But, like, the amount of effort and the extreme amount of luck that is required to actually, like, become a big famous sports star is crazy. Like, it's just so few people actually accomplish it. And not only that, like, to have longevity in a career like that is also, like, you again have to be extremely lucky because it's just so easy to get hurt and your career be trash, like, so early. But so she she's talking with a friend from when she, you know, they both went to high school together. Well, really all school together because it's a tiny town. And the girl's like, well, my person that I usually have work with me, she opened up her own bookstore in this tiny town. And she has, like, a little coffee cafe in there. And she's like, my person who gives me, you know, time off to spend with my own family who works for me, she's almost done with college. And so she's going to be leaving to go find a nursing job. So, if you want to be a barista and work at my little bookstore, I'm more than willing to give you a job. And she's like, are you sure? And she's like, yeah. You know? Why not? And so she starts working there. She starts, like, she has a trust left over from her grandparents, but she really doesn't want to rely on the trust because, you know, eventually this little boy is going to have to go to college and he's got medical bills, you know, from all kinds of stuff, you know, speech therapy and things like that. And so she would rather have a job and use the money from that to live than, you know, like, if she needs to use the trust to buy a house, that's fine. But, like, she doesn't want to rely on it solely. And so her mom is upset that she's moving out because that means she's not just going to instantly forgive this guy. And, like, also her mom doesn't really want to, like, listen to the fact that this guy did not, in fact, hang the moon and the stars himself, who wanted to be a Formula One driver. And he started with kart racing when he was young and then made it into a race team for karts and later became a driver for a different team, for a race car team. But never went further than that because he said it was... Yeah, I mean, it takes... You'd think it doesn't take that much because you're just driving a race car, but it still, again, takes a lot. Sorry, I'm like, what piece am I trying to find here? Oh, the piece I already did. Yeah, like, that's all you do, is you get up, you eat, you race, you exercise, you eat, you go to sleep, you race. Like, that's it. There's no time for other things. Like, once you become pretty well known in the circuit, I imagine, you get to have a life because those people have families and stuff. But, like, getting into it is a whole nother thing. So, like, she is trying to, like, explain to her mom why she's never going to go back. But her mom also doesn't want to, like, see it. I think her mom has a little bit of the, like, the same kind of guilt. Like, oh, my daughter failed. You know, like, if she gets a divorce, she's failed. It's a little bit of the same thing. So, like, she just doesn't want to listen to her own daughter, what she's trying to tell her. Oh, it is staying upside down. So, she's, like, looking for places, and the girl she works with has a brother who went off to the military and came back not quite the same as he left because, like, everybody in his unit died from an IED. And he's got, like, scars all over from it and whatnot. And so he's like, the grumpy recluse, right? And the girl, like, he sees the main character at a house. And he's like, what are you doing here? And she's like, waste your balls. She's like, I'm looking at this place to move in. He's like, you cannot live here. And then just as he's, like, laying into her about why she can't live there, like, a piece of the, like, gutter falls off and almost hits them both. And he's like, that's why you can't live here. This house is literally falling apart. And she's like, well, there's not a lot of options. And he's like, well, I don't care where you live, but just not here. And he was called to that area to look for a missing dog. Well, not a missing dog, but, like, a dog that was on the loose. He helps a friend of theirs with her rescue, her shelter. And she had sent him there to find this dog. And then the dog, like, gets spooked by the falling piece of the house and runs, so he doesn't find the dog that day anyway. And the main girl in the story tells her friend about looking at that house, and the girl's brother's telling her she can't live there because it's falling apart. And she's like, I have the perfect place for you. And she's like, where's that? And she's like, there's this cottage on my family's land. And she goes, the land where your brother lives by himself? And she's like, yeah, but don't worry, he won't care. And she's like, I highly doubt that. He does not want me and my son making all kinds of noise while he's trying to live his reclusive life. And she's like, he'll be fine. And so, sure enough, the sister convinces her brother to let this girl move in there. And at first he's like, I don't want anything to do with them, right? Like, her and her kid. But quickly that changes, of course, right? Like, the boy is super curious and wants to, like, check out, because he's got a dog, a service dog. And the boy just wants to, like, meet the service dog, and he's so curious about everything the guy is doing because the kid's dad spends 0 time with him. And so he finds himself slowly like being more drawn into their family life, and before he knows it, he's like, shit, I like her. He's like, but no, I gotta stay away. And you know, of course he is not able to stay away. And then when she really starts pushing for divorce, we're in ads. I am going to get rid of my garbage here and get some more water while the ads are going. So I'm going to put you guys on Be Right Back. Welcome back, everyone. So I bought these little, they come in two pieces. So it's like the hook part and the magnet part, base part. So you just, I don't know, I only paid a couple bucks for them and I got like a dozen. They're super strong magnets, but we can do this and then I'll let you guys look up. We can do right here. Whoop. it'll just kind of hang out there. So these guys move. We can angle them whatever way. Kitty, I gave you kitty nip. What are you mowing for? Let me grab my project box. So this is the Till Death cross stitch I did. No, that magnet is super strong. Like if the shelf is here, I get about here and it like slams to it. It's a super strong magnet. So this is the Till Death cross stitch I did, and Till Death and these two little skulls up here are supposed to be glow in the dark, and I just keep forgetting to check if they are. But either way, it's still a cute little cross stitch. I need to find gothic-y type picture frames to put the couple that I've done in. Yeah, I wouldn't have just hung it up there if I wasn't sure, but that's what the other one is hung on, and what all these like little gingerbread men are and everything that's up there is all hooked with those magnets, and they are super strong. So, I was not worried that it was going to fall. If I was, I would have been super careful putting it up there. This is all we got done last time on our Craftober one. Yeah, only because I knew it was pretty sturdy. Okay, let's go to Makers and Crafters. I say Makers and Crafters all the time, but it's Makers and Crafting. Cross stitch, Makers, and Crafting. Craftober. Okay, that is up to you. Think it is up. It is awake! Run! Run for your lives! Okay. Update. Gotta open my picture. And I did put... Where are you? There you are. I did put that picture in the corner is what we're making. Open. Open sesame. Okay. And we're on black forever because we're working on her skirt here. Let's get a little bit better in frame. I don't know what I'm doing, honestly. There we go. I don't know if you guys can hear Kitty, but she's like, Mama! Mama! I gave her kitty nip while I was out there on break. Now she is like, no, my peoples. But anyway, so of course he starts to like her, and she finds he keeps getting kind of irritated with her because she keeps saying he's saving her, because he kind of does. Like, her tire gets flat and he happens to pull over and help her. She needs a place to live. He lets her live there. Her ex shows up unannounced and almost hits her, and he steps in. The little boy is sad because his dad, isn't there for him. He's there. And, so in his own way, he is saving her. But he doesn't see it that way because he's still, really plagued with what happened on his last deployment. like what happened is like lives rent free in his head because it's his fault. He didn't save his friends, you know. But like he wasn't in great shape himself, and they were probably, you know, really gone before he could even do anything. And so there wasn't really anything he could do. But like that doesn't, you know, to survivor's guilt that doesn't matter. And so he does like give in and kiss her one time, and then he pulls back and she's like, "Oh, it's okay. Like I know you just felt sorry for me." And he's like, "No, I don't feel sorry for you." He goes, "But I refused." Yeah, she is in a mood. She really wants in here. Oh, go. Mama! Okay, Miss Ma'am. She's only going to want to be in here for like 5 minutes because I won't let her down to climb on the shelves. Come here. I thought you would get high from your kitty nip and go to sleep. You want to be on camera? You want to be on camera? I figured she would just get high and then go to sleep. I did give her the kitty nip. You can't get down. Remember when you were so tiny you could just climb on my desk and just be all over the place? And now look at how big you are. You can't do that anymore. Now you're just disruptive. How about I wrap you up? You want to be a kitty burrito? Yeah. You want to be a burrito? You want that? A kitty burrito? Her name is Noodles because she likes to noodle. When you hold her, she'll like stretch out as far as she can and then just kind of like blop. She looks like a giant noodle. I know you like that. Are you going to do the heavy purr? The heavy purr? More? More? What? Is this what you want? You want to be the burrito. Usually I can get my blanket here pretty tight. Like a like a baby wrap. And then she's like super tucked in and then she just goes to sleep. But I cannot do that this time. She's like laid her body in a way that's like, nope, you won't do that to me. You're such a baby. Oh, sleepy eyes. You sleepy eyes. No? You're not gonna go sleepy? She was going to do lots of things, but then I gave her kitty nip. When we leave the house and I know we're going to be gone like most of the day, I give her a little bit of kitty nip. And then she just gets high and watches the birds. I feel your tail. It's out the pocket. Oh, the armhole, not the pocket. Are you just going to lay there? You're going to be a good kitty? Right? I figure that's a great cat day. We just got her a new cat tower because the old one had been through several moves, so it was a little wibbly wobbly. Even when you made it like as tight as the nuts and bolts were supposed to go, it was very wibbly wobbly. So I found one on sale at Chewy.com and I just added it to her like food order. So she recently got a new one, and she does love it. Like, we didn't even finish putting it together, and she was, like, in it, trying to, like, go after my hands because I was in her space when I had to finish putting it together. So, she also has one that, like, suction cups to the window. So, like, she can look out the window. Like, lay on it and look out the window. And usually, if we go away for more than a day, she comes with. So, she's very used to the car. Last year, for Christmas, we went to visit my brother-in-law in South Carolina. North Carolina? I don't know. One of them. One of those Carolina places. And on the way back, we got stuck in traffic because there was snow, like, everywhere.
No, that was when we went to Nebraska.
Oh, was it when we went to... I thought it was when we went to... Okay, never mind. It was when we went to Nebraska last year. We got stuck on the way home because there were tons of snow on the ground. And she was sitting up in the front with me and looking out the window. And the sky is, like, slowly driving by. And I'm just, like, lifting up her kitty paw, waving at him. And he, like, looked and then did, like, a quick double check, like... I just see a cat in that car. There's supposed to be like small versions of that window one that you can put like in your car window. So that like when you go on trips they can hang out in the basket in the car. So I need to look for one of those.
Yeah, we were in Kansas City. There was an ice store.
Yeah, I don't know where we were coming up from, but I just know there was lots of snow on the ground and we were stuck in traffic. She has a little, like, pack and go baby thing, but it's for pets. And we put that outside in, like, the carport and stuff so she can get fresh air and whatnot and listen to the birdies without, you know, running away or getting hit because she gets too close to the road or whatever. Or attacked by the neighbor's dog, you know. Last night when I was making the soup, so I had to use both front burners of the stove, like one to have the soup on simmer and the other to like make the roux to add to the soup. And later, after we ate, Crazy went out into the kitchen for something, get a drink or whatever. And there she is, laying on the burner because it's warm, not hot. There she is, just chilling on top of the burner because we have a glass stovetop. There she is, just like, yes, this is nice. This is so warm. I like this. Like, get off the stove, you weirdo. You make it very hard to hold this. in any kind of comfortable way, kitty. She's totally just like head back on my other arm. Like, oh, I hope you weren't trying to do something. And now she sat up. But she had her head like tipped like back like this. Like just. Yeah. Roasted kitty. Can I tuck you? No. Keep your paws inside. Paws inside the blanket at all times. Oh, anyway, back to the book. So, like, he tells her that no, he does like her. That he won't kiss her again until she's divorced, though, because he doesn't do anything with married women. And she's like, I'm only married on paper. And he's like, doesn't matter, still married. And he goes, because I don't want to start something and then not be able to be with you because of crap your husband's pulling. Or him use it against you. So she says, okay, so she really is just kind of fed up. Her ex has been like trying to drag out this divorce proceedings to begin with. And so now she's really eager to be done, you know. Your kitty has bunny ears. It looks like it still has a watermelon. Look, I can make mine have a lampshade.
Soft kitty warm.
Oh. Play with your toe beans. Oh, I see now. No, you want to keep laying back like that? If you itch her ear just right, like on the bottom here, she'll like slowly bring her back leg up and like two of the nails will come out, like extend. And she's like, yeah, no, yes, no. Right, so her ex has already moved on, is dating somebody else, but he just keeps dragging out the divorce. Because basically, you married me, you're mine, till death do us part. It doesn't matter if I move on, you're not allowed to. And so she tells her lawyer, like, I'm tired of this. I want this divorce over. We need to figure out how we can move things along. And so they do. They start talking to the judge, you know, that he wants 50-50 custody, but he's never been to see his son since they moved out. And things like that. And so the judge says, no, at best you get every other weekend. And then we can work up to more once you prove that you're actually going to be there for your son. Plus, he can't communicate with his son. He doesn't know ASL, you know. And so, sure enough, he comes the first weekend and he gets him. And then he doesn't actually spend any time with them, though. He just gets a babysitter and leaves him for like the whole weekend with the babysitter, essentially. Tells her what he does on his time is his business and that she's just got to accept it. So she starts documenting when the boy tells her that his dad isn't actually there. And he really only comes to pick him up that first time and then nothing. And then when she starts letting her lawyer know that, hey, he's not coming to take him, mark that, you know, like he didn't come this week, he didn't come that week. And when he finds out from his lawyer that they're keeping track and this is not going to get him what he wants, he's like getting angry at her and just showing up and accusing her of cheating on him and things like that. And of course she's not doing any of these things because, you know, she isn't. And so eventually the divorce does get finalized. But he still has no intention of, like, letting her go. Because, again, you married me till death do us part. Doesn't matter. And she starts seeing the neighbor, the military guy, or ex-military guy, on a more consistent basis. Like, they're dating. And at first she figures that, you know, he's kind of a private guy. Like, he's a recluse. Like, just kind of minds his own business and wants to be left alone. He's not really a people person. And so she figures he won't want to, like, go out and do things with them because that's just, you know, he's a private guy. And he's like, no, I like you enough to do it. Like, I like you and your son enough to do it. And so the boy winds up asking him if he'll be, like, if he'll come for like teacher, like, you know, your parents come and talk about what they do for a living, except he wants him to come and bring his dog, and he helps the little boy get a dog that they plan to eventually train to be a hearing dog. He's got the right temperament and whatnot for it. And so, no kitty, no ma'am. Where are you? Oh, down we go. We are kitty free, crazy. Watch for the kitty. She did it when I had to worry about where my needle was going. Oh, Daddy got her and took her right back out. Woohoo! Oh, no, he didn't. I thought he did. He just got up. There's treats right there by the door. She's on my footrest.
They canceled the class for today.
All your other classwork is done?
I mean, besides one, but I emailed the teacher because I can't access it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You did your math ones okay? You don't need help?
No, that's the one of the math ones is it's the math cast. Delta.
But I meant, like, you attempted them.
I earned 100 on my normal quiz.
Okay.
Besides that one,
So he goes and, you know, the little boy's just so ecstatic that he came for his thing when he said he would, because, you know, typically the dad will say he's going to do something with him and then he just doesn't. So he's not used to anybody but his mom actually showing up when they say they're going to show up. So then the fair's in town, and she's like, he mentions it to her, and she's like, oh, I guess I can go with her friend Savannah, because her little boy is friends with, Savannah's son is friends with the main female character's son, and he is actually learning ASL so that he can talk to his friend better. And he's like, I want to go with you. And she's like, you do? And he's like, yeah, I want everybody to know, you know, like, I will make it work for you and the boy. Like, I want us to be a normal family. And she's like, okay. And so they go, and the little boy, really all the dads, and for at this point, the little boy is basically excited, you're going to be my dad. And the kids are going on the bumper cars. And they do that twice, and then she's like, why don't just you and your friends go in the bumper cars? Like, let the dads have a break. They're old, they need a break. And the kids are like, we see that, you know? And so they go on, and the friend's little boy comes back, and she's like, where's my son? And he was like, oh, he was right behind me, and then he's just gone. And so, you know, they start looking all around for him. They can't call for him. He's deaf. He can't hear them. And so one of their friends is the sheriff, and he's kind of hanging out. They had just ran into him at the thing because he was doing his job. And so he starts getting on the horn, getting the boy's picture out there. And meanwhile, the guy's service dog is like absolutely going bananas. And he's like, stop it, sit. And finally he's like, I think she's trying to tell me that she knows where he is. And he's like, Shadow, find. And so she immediately starts to sniff the ground and then takes off. And sure enough, the little boy's dad had kidnapped him from the fair. And when they find him, he's like threatening to do all kinds of stuff because, you know, you're my family. You can't steal my family. You're not his family. He's my son. You're not going to steal him from me. And they're like, nobody is trying to steal anything from you. You're the one who stepped out on the relationship and didn't even really want us. So we left. And you've already got a new fiance and a new family moved into your house. Like, why do you care? And he's like, because I told you, till death do us part. If I can't have you, nobody can have you. And he pulls out a gun and he is totally going to shoot the little boy. All because he's fucking psycho. And so he gets in between her and the guy, and he gets close enough and like finally just like distracts him, so he pulls the gun away, and now he's pointing the gun at the military guy, and he just jumps at him and knocks him down, and the boy gets free, and she gets her son and pulls him off, and she puts herself in between now the two guys fighting and her son, and the gun goes off. The guy like looks at her, drops the gun, and runs. Luckily he just shot the military guy like in the arm, like it was through and through, simple in the arm. But now like they can't find the guy. By the time they get home from the hospital, they still can't find the guy, so they positioned like a county police officer like near their house, because they kind of live in the middle of nowhere, just in case he tries to like come back. And they've got people looking for him, and she puts the boy to bed. They're sitting there talking about what happened and how she feels so bad that she brought this into his life. He was just trying to live his life, mind his own business, and be left alone, and she brought all this trouble to his life. And meanwhile, he's got guilt again about like how he didn't protect them, and it's his fault the boy got kidnapped, and da 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 da. And she's like, no. And then there's a knock on the door, and she's like, oh no. So he's like, let me go to the door, don't you answer it. You know, it could be him back. And when he looks out the peephole, it's a police officer. And so they open the door. The guy was really drunk and had an accident, and he wound up killing himself. So now she's got to explain to this little boy that his dad died after his dad just kidnapped him that day. But like the little boy is like, he's like, okay, he's gone, because he didn't really have a relationship with him to begin with, so there's not really anything for him to be sad about. Like, he didn't see him as his dad in the way that they had a loving relationship or anything like that. Like, yeah, he was my dad, but he didn't like me. He told me all the time that I needed to man up and do all these things. So the little boy wasn't really like sad that he was gone. He didn't even want to go to the funeral. So it was kind of weird. But that is the last book I read. The book I'm currently reading, I think, came out today. It's called Holiday or something like that by Lauren Blakely. And it's about a billionaire and his like chief designer. He owns a football team in San Francisco, and she is the designer for like merchandise, like jerseys and stuff. And she catches her boyfriend being serviced by the caterer at a holiday dinner, and his aunt is always trying to set him up, and especially more now because it's the holiday, so they agree to fake date, you know, for everybody. Like, everybody gets something out of it. Like, she doesn't have to be alone for the holidays and have to deal with the fact that her boyfriend runs in the same circle, so he's going to be at all the holiday events she's going to be at. And she doesn't have to either not go or, like, have it shoved in her face. And he doesn't have to be trying to set up on another disastrous date. Except they both secretly have a crush on each other. So, dun dun dun. We all know how this is going to end. The good butts are in the between. How they get there. But yeah. But this project is for Craftober, which is a craft along in the Stolen Carrots Discord. Kind of like a Chopped kind of thing, like the show Chopped, where you wind up with your ingredients that are in the basket, and everybody makes something different with those same ingredients, same kind of thing. We had a poll, and the three things that were chosen were black, pumpkin, and spooky. And then whatever your crafting genre is, craft away and then post pictures. Oh, I should have put on more Vicks while I was on break. Pictures in the top left corner is what the cross stitch designs are supposed to look like when you're done. I have put them on the same piece of fabric so that they'll be done together. Did that. Now on the down is our last like one where we don't have to pay super attention to it. After that, I'll have to start paying attention again. Come back. There we go. I put that picture up there, but I worry it's too small to really like see what's even in it, but at the same time, if I make it too much bigger, then it takes up too much of the screen. So, but I know what I could do. Where's my mouse? Where is my mouse? There it is. I could move it over here into the chat where it is not going up to the top, so that makes it a little bigger. That chat's not going all the way up to the top anyway, so. But is anybody else doing any kind of fun Halloween-ish projects? I made eyeballs, jellyfish eyeballs. I've done a couple different cross-stitch projects. I have a cauldron that I need to do. I bought a pattern to do a cauldron that you can actually put things in. It's a crochet pattern. The pattern came with a mini one and a large one, which I, of course, want to make the large cauldron. Okay. I shouldn't have moved it in back in the position. In, out, in, out, in. So we want out, in, out, in. Okay. This this cross stitch pattern I got from a book by a lady known as the Witchy Stitcher, and it has some kind of Halloween-esque designs, but that are for different holidays. So it's like Creepmas, which is it's like a creepy Christmas bookmark, and a gingerbread house where like the gingerbread men are actually skeletons, and then it has one for Easter and whatnot. So I plan on doing some, all up through the holidays. Okay. That brings us even. Now we have to work our way over to the side. I have not put my Halloween blow-ups out yet, but I think I'm going to have to tough it out and do them tonight. Otherwise, it'll be too far into October. Okay, that puts us at 3, 1, 2, 3. So this is going to cover this area. We don't want to go all the way down because that one's supposed to be another color. Come on, needle. Okay. One on this one, and then two in this one. Okay, then this is the last one in this column. And straight back. Just making sure that I didn't miss any chat. Nope. Okay. Okay, now straight back to that. We don't gotta worry about skipping any. And we went into Sleeping Luna last time, and she was doing cross stitch, but another pattern by this same pattern maker, the Witchy Stitcher. And apparently she's in her Patreon, and they get all kinds of patterns. So I am going to look into that. Because Patreon's like a monthly subscription, but it usually has like tiers. So like sometimes you can only pay like $1 a month and be in like the lowest tier and still get stuff. So I'm planning on taking a look at it. Oh, come on. I have like never come up with any of my own patterns. I've like put letters together to spell a name, but that's about it. But I do enjoy cross stitching. Brings in for that. That's not what I wanted. Okay, so I'm gonna go back out the same way. keep every once in a while just catching like the barest loop of another X. It's driving me a little batty. I have recently got sucked back into Dreamlight Valley because it's a Halloween witchy star path. And I finished all the basic rewards. I'm moving on to the bonus rewards. I got Lumiere and Gaston, or not Gaston, Lumiere and Cogsworth, and I got Peter Pan, but I need to get Alice and the cat. And I have the expansions for it as well. And I recently picked up Ticket to Ride because it was on a really good sale. I had to catch myself. I almost was gonna just keep going on and on and on. Okay, again. First X is the last one in that space. And then we're gonna go up one on the next. I just copy pasted the design because I got a Kindle copy of the book. So I copy pasted the design and put it in Paint. That way I could like mark off the stitches that I've done. Target is having a week of sales to compete with Amazon, so you may want to check them out. And please, if you found any really good deals, let us know. I'm all about the deals. Or if you have any questions about cross-stitching or crafting in general. I may not have the answer, but we can talk about it or potentially find the answer. should be even. One less. Pokemon spawn incoming. A wild Boldor? It is an Ore Pokemon, Gen 5 Tier B, Geoball. Poke Catch. Geo. I must have it because it didn't say you don't have that ball, which happens a lot. We have just about an hour left. We can keep doing the cross stitch, or if there's a game, we can play that. I really have no plan today. Oh, I wonder if that is a package, because I have a Target package coming today with pants for the boy child. He grew out of his he had these pants that had like leg bones on them and they glowed in the dark, but he has kind of grown out of them. So we went and looked to see if off chance they would have any at Target, and they did. Slightly different design, but they didn't have his size in our local store, so I ordered them on the internet. And I just hope that these are the right size. If not, we'll just return them and try again. Okay, we're going to have ads in about 30 seconds. They will go for 3 minutes, and then we will be back for the last hour. I try not to do anything during the ad break, so you won't really miss anything. If you don't want to stick around through the ads, I totally understand. Ads are annoying. But if you do, I would really appreciate it. I think the only thing I would do is finish this one off and get the other one started. but it's hard to like set it down in between those. There we go. We're in ants. Okay, there's that. We'll let that set. Doobly doos. Let's see if I got all the games on. Nope. Still a couple more with updates. It's like every game updated today.
It is Patch Tuesday.
It is Patch Tuesday. I'm going to put some more Vicks on.
Well, and take some more Tylenol.
Bob.
The ability to breathe.
Is overrated.
I can breathe thanks to Vicks. Oh, I rolled a chair over my blanket. Okay, so get back into the right window. We are working on this, trying to decide like the best way to hold it, but it's not one to work. So, our stream on last Thursday, I think. Yeah, that makes sense. Last Thursday. There was talk about like trying to figure out a way where you guys could see like the name and who's singing whatever song is on, and I just haven't been able to work on that yet. I had planned to, but then I was like, oh, we have something to do Saturday, and then, you know, Like, because homecoming was Friday for my daughter's school. And then I was like, okay, we have the goat thing on Saturday, and then stream on Sunday, and I'll work on it in between there. And then sickies. So, I just haven't gotten to it yet. But it is on the list of things to attempt, you know. Sometimes that list is like perpetual and nothing ever gets done on it, really. But it is on there. I want to ideally find something where it, like, puts it in chat. You know, like, announces it in chat, essentially. So, that would be ideal, I think. I thought I had figured it out, but then it wouldn't let me, like, make it any smaller, and it was still kind of too big for the area, you know, because there's only so much you can put on the screen before, like, you're just, like, not seeing what you're doing anymore. It's just all, like, boxes and windows. So but yes, it is on my list to figure out. I use Amazon Music since I already pay for it. Then I don't have ads. I don't know what happened, but my strands got all uneven. We'll fix it though. It should only be 4. Yes, preemptively, when I found out about when Prime Days was going to be, I went ahead and I made myself a list, and my list has run away. So, I still don't know if I got everything I meant to look for. But either way, it is what it is. I will probably wind up just watching sales, like looking at lightning deals and stuff like that, just to see. Check it multiple times a day. Okay. So I'm going to go forward 3 and then come back 3 so that we're kind of, well, no, it'll be alright to do it the way I've been doing it too. So, we are kind of back in an even spot. Now I think we have to pay even more attention to what we're doing. Okay. Okay. So if I am 1 in from the other line, and it's 2 rows of that all the way to 1 in from the other. Okay. This starter row into our next section. Lined up pretty well. So this week, it seems to be the week when all, like, the television shows are coming back. So, does anybody have any shows they love that are coming back this week? Or if they've already come back? So I've liked the 911 show that's been out for several seasons. So 2 seasons ago, they came out with, like, so they have 911, and then they have, like, 911 Houston or something like that. And that ended last year. And now they're coming out with another 911 in a different location. Heard the pokey. What we got? A Panpour, which is a spray Pokemon. That's weird. Effective balls is a netball, and I know I'm out of those, so I'm just gonna do Pokecatch. Hello there. Welcome in, Harry. Do you have, like, a preference that you like to go by? Big Harry? Just Harry? Just big? Harry is good? Okay. I always just like to ask, because sometimes people have a preference. You know, if you're going to shorten their name, they prefer it to be, you know, a certain version of it.
This whole game is rigged.
It is rigged. You let them know, Kevin. Now they have to give you the Pokemon because you called them out. We are working on this for Crafttober. It is, I want to say they call them, like, pumpkin dolls. It's kind of what the name of the pattern is. Vintage pumpkin dolls. But earlier we made the Halloween wreath from Lego. And so in the picture there above chat, they have it as 2 separate patterns, and it is, but I did all the maths and figured it out, you know, spacing and whatnot to get them both on the same piece of fabric. So we're doing the female doll, and then we'll do the male doll, but they're both on the same piece of fabric. So when I frame it or whatever, it'll be in the same picture frame. But I hope you've been having a good week. I am. Yeah, the maths. We gotta figure out all the maths. You know, figure that out. Double check, triple check, quadruple check your math, and then pray that the one time you cut your fabric, it's actually correct. I know for, like, woodworking and stuff, they say, you know, measure twice, cut once. But in crafting, you have to double check and triple check and quadruple check your math before you even dare to cut. Yeah, the mathinator. It's the mathinator. Oh, well, you can share your super exciting news if you would like to. We always like to hear that something great has happened to a fellow person. But if you don't want to, that's fine too. And I'm sorry you're having to work long hours. We went to a goat festival this past weekend. And in Discord is all the pictures of goats dressed up. So they had like 3 parades at this goat festival. They had an au naturel, so the goats didn't have anything on. Then they had a costume contest. And then the third one was a lingerie parade. So the goats were dressed up like lingerie, or dressed up in lingerie. And I took as many pictures as I could of like different goats I saw while we were there. And our friend brought his baby goat, and he had like these wax pet safe crayons. So we got to color the goat, and he was white with black splotches. So we made him a Lisa Frank goat. He was all different bright colors. We put him in the basket on our wagon, and he just like laid in there and was like, yeah, this is great. I'm going to sleep right here. Well, we're all crossing our fingers for you. I hope you get it. Everybody loves a pay raise. In this economy, everybody needs a pay raise. Or 5. Okay, now we go back out, and we'll be good. Right? You know, like, everything just keeps going up in price. Like, everything. Actually, I think I might not do what I was planning on doing. I might go up this arm, and come back down into the center. Up and then down. Yeah, that seems like I'm sure to mess something up, but we're going to do it that way anyway. Okay, so we go out 1. And then 4 in. A total of 4 in. 1, 2, 3, yeah. Nope. As soon as I finish this row, I'm going to have to double check my phone. Although she probably would have called by now if it happened. But my daughter takes a bus from the high school to the junior high to help out with the younger kids in archery. And a couple times over the last year or so, you know, like, for one reason or another, she wasn't able to, like, get from her classroom to the front office to get her bow and then make the bus. So I'm always, like, try to keep an ear out when it's about this time, you know, in case she sends me a message or calls and says, hey, I missed the bus. But I didn't see any messages from her, so we're going to call it good for now. I think not this coming weekend, but the weekend after is supposed to be her first tournament of the season. But she's been going, she has practiced Monday and Wednesday, but she's been going on Tuesday to help with the younger kids. Who, like, some of them just came up from, like, the junior high. But some of them, this is their first year in archery, doing any kind of archery. So they have to, like, learn the rules and regulations before they can actually shoot. And some of them, I think, like to push buttons. Because she said last week, the one kid was pulling the arrows out wrong. But as soon as he realized somebody was coming to correct them, he quick started doing it right. And so she's like, either it made him realize that he was doing it incorrectly, or he didn't want to get in trouble, so he started doing it correctly, like he knew the whole time. Okay, we are working up this pumpkin doll's arm towards her neck. And then, you know, we'll work all around. Yeah, she went to, when we lived in North Dakota, the Air Force sponsored a 4-H summer camp for like a week. So her and her brother went, and they did archery there. Like just like a day, like one little segment of it. Not a whole lot. But she came back and she was like, I really like it. So we bought her like a cheap ambidextrous bow. That way, if she didn't really like stick with it, we didn't spend very much. And then when we moved here, the school has an archery club and they compete in tournaments and stuff. And so she was like, I want to do it. And I was like, okay. So at first we didn't buy her a bow or whatever. She was just borrowing them from the school, like using the schools for practice. And then she was like, we're going to a competition. I was like, okay. And the school was like, okay, but you have to have your own bow to go to a competition. So we bought her her own bow. And it's kind of funny. We wind up having to explain it a lot because she's a righty, but she's left eye dominant. So she shoots as a lefty. Like she uses a lefty bow. But she does fairly well. She shoots between a 260 and a 270 out of 300. Usually, I should say. But sometimes, you know, like the competition atmosphere will like throw off a little bit, or, you know, things happen. But she also she shoots bullseye and 3D. Which 3D, they look like deer or elk or a turkey or a bear cub is what the target looks like. And they have different size than targets on them based on the size of the animal. And not as many kids choose to shoot the 3D as they do the bullseye. Because bullseye is a nice big target. Sometimes, unlike the turkey or the bear, it is not a very big target. And they're like, no thanks. I'm good. I don't want to do that. And she had a friend from archery who graduated last year who was part of like the Bow Hunters Association. And she was telling her about those competitions. And there's 30 targets and you get 1 arrow per target. And some of them are huge bullseyes, like huge targets, because the animal is so large. And then you get down to a different animal that's much smaller, and the target is like itty bitty. Dreadnought. It is, yeah, International Bow Hunters Association. A bite Pokemon, netball, or a Geoball. Well, I know I don't have a netball, so let's try a Geoball. Well, I must still have some because it didn't yell at me. The boy child doesn't really do any sports. He was invited to join his school's, what do they call it now? Esports team. And you can join it 2 ways, where you're like competitive or where you just play with friends, like play with classmates. And he chose not to join it at all. I really wish he would have, just so he would get a little bit more, like, interaction. That is, the downside of his doing school at home is that, you know, he doesn't get the person-to-person interaction as much. He still has, like, Zoom classes, essentially, that he's got to attend, but it's not quite the same as like seeing a person in real life and talking to them or interacting with them. He has an adventure day this Friday. They're going to a pumpkin patch. So he'll get to interact with classmates there. My string keeps getting uneven. I mean, he talks to people on Discord that he plays games with often, but, you know, again, it's not like face-to-face interaction. Ah. That line for crossing things out took like a crazy turn. we are going to do homemade pizza for dinner. Kinda homemade, I don't know. I cheap out and I do the Pillsbury pizza crust, but I do shred the cheese, so. When we're on our second to last row of the arm here, I will double check my count. Make sure it's correct. Which is kind of here. So we should have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 10 because, you know, the next one would be 11. But 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo-hoo. I like when things match up the way they're supposed to. But also because I know myself, I'm not shocked when they don't line up sometimes. Okay. So now we go up. 1, 2, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Then one more and down. Yeah, that, I don't know, you gotta talk that out with your boss. Silly kitty, right there at the door as soon as we go out. Meow. If she didn't get, like, we have a bunch of windows in this room. And we have blackout curtains, you know, to protect the Lego. But she will get up on the shelves and knock stuff all over the place to get out, like, to see out the window. And if she wouldn't do that, I would gladly let her in here. But I've had to reconstruct many a set because of her need to get in the window. So Kitty must be heavily supervised in here. unless it's storming really bad, and then she'll just burrow into the blanket and not move. But well, we'll make that work. It's really the same length, no matter what. My throat isn't too bad, but unfortunately, as most adults know, coughs hang on for forever. Long after the cold itself is gone, you're still like hanging on to that cough. I can hear him out there in the kitchen talking to Kitty. No. No. Okay. We are up to her shoulder. Now, up one level, 3 across. I was looking at the tie kind of bow tie thing there she's got around her neck, but that is actually a different symbol, so I won't have to worry about that for this. Because I was like, okay, how am I going to go up into there and then come down? But I don't need to. So I think it is the black with like the blue in it, which is like in the mouth and eyes of the pumpkin. You can't really tell it's different on camera, and there's hardly any of it enough in a space to really notice it like in person either. Have to find the thread in my kit here. Okay, 4 down. One, two, three. Okay, this will be the last one of this segment. And then we got to pay attention again and count rows and things like that. Okay, we did 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now 4 again, but 3 wide. So One out from where we are. Oh, I knocked the light post off my Hogsmeade. Can't blame my boob this time either. Oh, what happened? I hate when they're like, that's like half an inch off. How do I sew like what? Dang it. Oh, I don't go up and back. I see what you mean. That is probably Le UPS with our Target order. I manipulate the fabric so that the needle spans from hole to hole without having to come pull straight up. And kind of like writing half cursive, half English. I don't have a rhyme or reason for when I go all the way through and when I do that. Do I have Paramount? I didn't see anything about an Aussie, but honestly, I don't always pay attention to their emails when they come out. Because a lot of times it's like, guess what you should watch this week? And I'm always like, I think I'll decide what I watch this week, Paramount. Because half the things in the email, I'm like, I don't watch anything related to that. Why would you think that's like a show I would want? You know what I mean? So a lot of times I just ignore it, like the Hulu ones. But I will have to go and check. I'll have to go check that. Oh. Okay, just down. Oh, too far, too far. Like, pull it out just a little bit more. Oh, you mean all the way? So, what I essentially do is push up on the back of the fabric, and then I bend the needle a little, well, not bend it, but like push it, so it goes in one hole and goes right back out the hole that it's supposed to. So, I don't have to go up and down. You can't do it on all fabrics. Some fabrics are tighter than others, and like so you can't do it on that type. But I press down and then pull back up essentially. I have Paramount Plus, so I'll have to check. And there. I watched like a little clip thingy, like a short video on Youngblood and him, and how like Youngblood, or he gave Youngblood the cross that he's worn for like ever. And so Youngblood got together with a friend and had a new cross made for Ozzy. And so that last concert Ozzy did, when they announced that he died, we switched music in here and we just listened to Ozzy like the rest of the time. He's had a lot of influence on all different types of music. Because he's collabed with like all different kinds of people who don't necessarily like do the same type of music he does. And I think that's fantastic. Um, but yeah, it was like, so Youngblood had like this wooden, almost like jewelry box, but like, you know, not like just big enough for the cross. It was meant for like a lot of stuff. As made as well as like a new cross for him. And Ozzy was like, "What? This is for me?" And he's like, "Yeah, because, you know, you gave me yours. I wanted you to still have one." And he was like, "No." Like, he was just like so moved that he went out of his way to, you know, do that for him. I love the video. I see it every once in a while. It's his son Jack is sitting on the couch and his daughter is standing in front of him, and she sees Ozzy on the TV and she's like, "Pop Pop, Pop Pop, Pop Pop," and she's like getting so excited because that's Pop Pop. He was a great guy. Like, I think he got a bad rap for quite some time, you know, the whole biting the heads off bats. But, like, people, you got to understand a lot of that is, like, just theatrics. He's not actually doing that, you know? Like, I can only imagine how Sharon's coping. Because they were together for a really long time. Like, she met him when she was only like 18 or something like that. Okay, let's see. That's those 2 rows. Okay, let's do it that way. Same. And then 1 more. Yes, Sharon! Yeah, she said, so I was watching an interview and they were like, "How did you and Ozzy meet?" And she's like, "Well, my dad was a music producer and I was in the office with him one day and there he is with Black Sabbath, and they were like, 'Oh, did you like him like right away?' And she was like, 'Ew, no.'" And then she went on to like talk about how like she got to know him and things like that. Listen, in this day and age, like there's not enough money in the world to make me go back in the dating market. The whole like online dating and things like make it so easy to just be like, "Oh, nope." No, yeah, Sharon helped him a lot. And sometimes it's in like ways like, yes, she helped him musically, like, you know, like getting him back out there and things like that. But I think she helped him in other ways, like confidence wise, that he could make it on his own without a band. You know, like he didn't have to be part of a group to make it on his own. Yeah, you could not pay me to date in this day and age where everything's like digital and a lot of people don't know how to communicate face to face anymore. It's gonna make me sound like uber old. But like, you know, for a lot of younger people who grew up with everything being digital, like your social media accounts and the cell phones and being able to text everybody like instantaneously, like the ability to communicate is not always there. Oh yeah, hiding his clothes, he don't care, he'll wear whatever. I mean, I am old, but that's gonna make me seem even older, but yeah. That and I don't know. There's a lot going on right now in the world, and you know, it is progressively, I think, getting harder to tell who is showing you the real them versus the version that will get them what they want from you. Okay. There's that. Okay, so one more from this top row and two more from the bottom. I think we're kind of like at this kind of turning point as far as like how things have traditionally been based on gender, and not everybody is okay with that. Okay. We're just gonna go straight down from this one. So I would definitely not want to be out there in the dating pool trying to figure people out. I'm not that patient. I'm very like upfront, and I'm not patient enough to wade through the bullshit. Okay, two more. No, let's do it this way. those two. Now the next row is kind of one, then none, one, then none. Ah, Pokey incoming. Hitmonlee, a fighting Pokemon. It says mothballs, but I'm pretty sure I don't have any of those. So, Pokey catch. And if I catch it, I catch it. That is true. I have been married since 2008. Almost 20 years. I'm not sure I could go back and try to do that again. To a certain extent, dating is the same no matter your age, you know? You have to know what you're willing to deal with and what you're not. Like what your deal breakers are. Like, there's no way I'm going to date somebody who does this or this or that or that. And then also know what things you're willing to live with. And then the rest is a lot of just reading people. That is fantastic, and I am so happy that it worked out for you guys. Oh, listen. No, snoozy. I'm not paying attention to what time it is. It is late time to stop. We have to find somebody to raid into. We did Luna last time, so that was somebody we knew. So we need to find a new person today. I try to go back and forth between a new person and a person we know. Because otherwise I'm horrible and we'll just keep going into people I know. And I'll never branch out. Let's see. Same category. Okay, that person is doing German. I don't think that's gonna work. I won't know what they're saying. That person's doing French. Ooh, that person's English. Says making little X's because they are in a row. I win. Let's see this person. They too are doing cross stitch. It looks like they're doing like a stamped versus a counted. I I would hope your German was good at that point, but you also can never tell. I've only ever spoken English, and I've spoke to some people who can't speak English to save their life. Like, excuse me, what did you just say to me? I think it says beautiful Jack. Beautiful Jack. Okay, they are doing cross stitch too. I will be back on Thursday doing 2 small Halloween builds, and then I don't know what else after. We will do the things. But I appreciate everybody who hung out today. I hope you enjoyed what we did. I know sometimes I'm a mess, so you gotta win some, you lose some. But I hope you enjoyed what we did. Hopefully I'm better in the next day or two. We can go back to my normal face cam with the build cam. If not, we'll just do build cam again. Come on, you silly chat. Thank you to Gnome for the new follow, for Dusa for the sub. Queenie for the follow and the bits. Crazy for the bits. Maverick followed on Sunday. So just throw a thank you out to him as well. I will keep an eye out for when everybody else is streaming. It's hit or miss while I feel like this, though, because I may not want to stay at my computer. But thank you all so much and have a wonderful day.